I will call the regular meeting of the Milpitas City Council on May 16, 2023 to order, occurring both in person and via Zoom. City Clerk Gazetta, please take the roll. And
Councilmember Barbadillo. Vice Mayor Chua.
I don't know what happened to the pencils that were here. Here.
Councilmember Leanne.
Here.
Councilmember Pham. Mayor Montano.
And I am here. Okay. Before we adjourn to closed session, City Attorney Motel Posse, please brief the public on the closed session items for today.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight you have 3 items on for closed session. We have conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency representative is Nick Reish, Human Resources Director. The bargaining units are LIUNA, UPEC, including ProTech, MEA, MidCon, IAFF, and MPOA. Second, tonight you have conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation pursuant to GC section 54956.9D1. The city is the defendant in the matter of Han Hong Chen et al. Versus City of Milpitas et al. The Superior Court case is in Santa Clara County. It's 22CV393670. Finally, you have Public Employee Performance Evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, and that's for the position of the city attorney.
Thank you. So are there anyone from the public that would like to comment on closed session items? Is there anyone on Zoom?
I have no hands raised in Zoom.
Okay, I will adjourn to closed session.
In the public speaker thing. No, but see the style.
Good evening, folks. We will be coming back at 7:30, so hang on tight. We'll be there shortly. 8 more minutes. Call to order. So, Attorney Muchalafasi, would you please disclose?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Considered in closed sessions were items A and items B. There's nothing to report out on either item. The council is postponing item C to the end of this meeting, and it will take place before the adjournment of today's meeting.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so it is now, now it is time to do the roll call that did we already do a roll call already? Yeah, okay, so now it's the Pledge of Allegiance. Please all rise. Okay, ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, so now I will do presentations. And the council may come in and join me if you'd like. Testing. There we go. Okay. Good evening, everyone. So May is Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. For many in Milpitas, this month honors family heritage and pays tribute to parents, grandparents, and ancestors that came to America from across the Pacific with a determination to make a new life for themselves and their descendants. Join me, Mayor Carmen Montano, and the Milpitas City Council in proclaiming the month of May 2023 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the city of Milpitas. And I don't see, is there someone that is going to accept this? If not, this proclamation, if not, we'll put it aside. Then National Public Works Week. This year, we observe the 63rd Annual National Public Works Week, recognizing the outstanding contributions of all the public works engineering professionals who provide services that are vitally important to a sustainable and resilient city. In 2023, the theme for this week is Connecting the World Through Public Works. Join me, Mayor Carmen Montano, and the Milpitas City Council in proclaiming the week of May 21 through 27th, 2023, as Public Works Week in the city of Milpitas. Any public works people here? Elaine, or even actually Christian. And Elaine, and any other public works folks. Thank you for all your. Yeah, please say so.
Thank you for that, Madam Mayor. Good evening. I'm joined this evening by some of our illustrious staff. Where's Samu? Samu's taking a picture. Okay, our facility manager there, who's quite busy these days, as you very well know. Please come down. Thank you. And as the mayor had mentioned, the theme is Connecting the World Through Public Works, which highlights the way public works professionals connect us physically through infrastructure and inspirationally through service to the communities, whether as first responders or daily workers carrying out their duties with pride. Public works staff help keep communities strong by providing an infrastructure of services and transportation, water, sewer, storm, public facilities, parks and grounds, emergency management and first response, solid waste, the list goes on and on. So please, won't you join us in celebrating the quiet work these outstanding professionals do that make life better for all of us. Thank you.
Okay, now that we're moving on to the Earth Day essay winners. So I would like to have Vice Mayor here help me with this. So the City of Milpitas, commendation to, so on behalf of the Milpitas City Council, I, Carmen Montano, Mayor of the City of Milpitas, recognize and commend Isabel Nguyen, a 10th grader at Milpitas High School, for winning first place in this year's Earth Day essay writing competition, sponsored by the Energy and Environmental Sustainability Commission. And what we will do, we will just say the names instead of reading the whole. Okay, so Isabel Nguyen, would you please?
Next one is Noel Wang. And is he here? Oh, come on up, please.
Natalie Chen. She could make it today.
Okay.
There you go.
Congratulations. I just want to thank a special commissioner, our student commissioner at the Energy Environmental Commission. She's the one who created this essay contest for Earth Day, and this is Commissioner Tony. You want to say a few words?
All of the essays that were, I just want to congratulate both the winners. They both had great essays, and I loved reading what they had to say about how they could help the environment.
Yeah. Here we go. Elaine, our illustrious staff liaison. Oh, yeah. Commissioner Bush, thank you for coming. Library.
Okay, now we're moving on to the Library Commission. So on behalf of the Milpitas City Council, I, Carmen Montano, Mayor for the City of Milpitas, recognize and commend Isha Shah for winning first place in this year's essay writing contest for Milpitas Youth, sponsored by the Library and Education Advisory Commission. Congratulations. So Isha Shah, are you here? Oh, yes.
Anthony. Anthony.
Forgive me if I mispronounce your name. I apologize in advance. So this one goes to Rishan Wagmar. All right.
Sarah Singh. Yeah. I just wanted to mention that there were over 100 participants, right? I think around 150, and these are the selected ones. It was a tough decision.
And the next one is for Kisha Kokar.
Next up is Anvita Natuva.
Is she here? Oh,
Okay, the next student is Akshahaya Kamala Kanan for the essay. Come on up. Okay, and the last one is Gabriel Tong.
Yeah.
Gabriel Tong, come on up and get your commendation.
Gabriel's here.
Okay, he's not here.
Next up is Sophia Doe.
Next up, we have Vishvi Danraj.
Oh, she.
Okay.
All right, this commendation goes to Marie Devere.
I would like to call on our commissioners, library and education commissioners, the chair is here, and Commissioner, all of them are here, I think. Barbara, Helly, Ann, Commissioner Naga, and also our community librarian, Kelly. Kelly is here. Come on up, please, and have a picture with all of us. Thank you so much. It was not an easy event because they have to coordinate a lot of stuff. And we did it. And they anticipate it's going to double next year. So they're going to ask some funding from the council to make it happen. Thank you all so much. Oh, John, what? You can't forget John. No way. Come on up. Are you guys okay? Good job, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for participating, all the students. This is a great, great event for many, many years to come. Hey, all right, now we have. This is for City of Milpitas commendation to Sydney Moon, Taekwondo gold medal winner. On behalf of the Milpitas City Council, I, Carmen Montano, Mayor of the City of Milpitas, recognize and commend Sydney Moon, a student athlete from Milpitas High School, for winning gold at the USA Taekwondo National Championships and for representing Team USA and winning gold in the junior team Sai at the Pan American Championships. Congratulations on these incredible achievements. Come on down, Sydney.
This is wonderful.
Thank you to my parents, my teammates, and coaches for your endless love and support. And thank you to the City Council and Mayor for this recognition.
Okay, the next one is Sukhad Mutatkar. But stay there, stay there. So Sukhad Mutatkar, are you here? Okay, well, he's not here. We'll save it, we'll mail it to him. So thank you very much and keep up the great work. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, now we're moving on to the invocation, and I will say a few words. And actually, I'm going to say the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Thank you. Okay, next we will have, let's move on to public forum. So members of the public are invited to speak on any item that does not appear in today's agenda. Public forum will be limited to 2 minutes. So we'll call for speakers in the audience who would like to speak on any item. Is there anyone that'd like to speak on any item? Oh, I know, Mr. Montemayor, come on up.
Mayor,
Welcome.
yes. Yeah, I'm always touched when we have this presentation. Lots of ways how we come to America as Asian Pacific America. Ears fall my ears, by my eyes. Remembering how I came here. We're here. Okay, the public works, yeah. They're doing their best. I know. Also, it's not an easy job. It's tough to be in public works. As far as the winners, I like seeing people as winners, especially having certificates. Also, I thought I know how to do the taekwondo, but not really yet. So you must be very strong and quick. I was here in the CIP presentation or the budget. So we were about ready with the 2024 fiscal year. Thanks for CIP. At least I was there with everybody, different departments of the city. Mainly, I would say the finance department. So we consider all the adjacent cities anyway, neighboring cities, and we're there. We have almost ready, or we're ready now, even for the 5 years increment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the public that would like to say a few words on any item that is not on the agenda? Okay, moving on to Zoom. Is there anyone on Zoom?
We have 2 hands raised, but both are listed for Gabriel Moran.
Okay, Gabriel, welcome.
Actually, Mayor Montano, this is Carl Guardino with Tirana Wireless.
Oh, hi. Welcome.
Hi. It's a pleasure to be with you, Mayor Montano, and members of the council. And I believe Gabriel Moran, my colleague, is speaking next. But on behalf of Bloom Energy and Tirana Wireless, we wanted to thank the City Council for the amazing work you do for not only the city of Milpitas, but our community overall. And we know that you're all quite adept at running for office, and we're hoping you'll join us on Saturday morning, July 1st, when we can be running for the community and for charity at our 3rd annual Stars and Strides Community 5K Run and Walk and 10K Run and Kids Fun Run. Our ambitious goal this year is to raise and donate $330,000 for our Valley Health Foundation, which serves our 3 public hospitals, 14 healthcare clinics, and more than 1 million of our most needy neighbors with their annual healthcare needs. We would like to invite each of you and your constituents throughout the city of Milpitas and the valley as a whole to participate. As you all know, Toronto Wireless is proudly headquartered in the city of Milpitas as a next generation fixed wireless access company, founded here in the Bay Area, headquartered in Milpitas. Nearly 300 employees in Milpitas, including 26 PhDs, and working to make sure that every family has access to affordable, reliable home broadband. So again, we're hoping you'll join us by signing up at starsandstridesrun.com so that we can come together and help those in need. Thank you,
Thank you.
Mayor.
Thank you. And you can count me in. I'll be there. And I'm hoping that my other colleagues will join us. This is a great, great endeavor that you're doing to help the community. And we are so thankful that you are here in Milpitas. Thank you, Carl. Did Gabriel want to speak now? Gabriel? Moran?
Hi there. Can the city council hear me?
Hi, yes, we sure can.
Fantastic. Good evening. My name is Gabriel Moran, and I am proud to serve as a Government Affairs and Policy Associate for Toronto Wireless. As Carl mentioned, a Milpitas headquartered next generation fixed wireless access company. Over the past 3 years, we have learned more than ever the vital role of our frontline hospital and healthcare workers, all putting our health before their own throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. In recognition of their selfless work, our event partner, clean energy company Bloom Energy, hosted the inaugural Stars and Strides community run 2 years ago and raised more than $500,000 to benefit the Valley Medical Center Foundation. I'm here tonight to invite you all to come and build on our success on Saturday morning, July 1st, for our third annual Stars and Strides community run to support and celebrate our frontline hospital workers and the patients that they serve. Our ambitious goals for the third annual Stars and Strides community run will be much more attainable with your help and participation. First, our financial goal is to raise and donate $350,000 to the Valley Medical Center Foundation as they support 3 county hospitals and 14 healthcare clinics, which collectively provide healthcare services to more than 1 million of our neighbors annually, 85% of whom are low-income members of our community. Second, our participation goal is for 2,500 paying participants in the Armature Systems 10K run, the Silicon Valley Bank 5K run or walk, or the HP Inc. Kids Fun Run. Third, our volunteer goal is 400 caring volunteers pre-race or on race day to further ensure our participants have a fun, safe, and healthy experience. Our Bloom Energy and Toronto Wireless Stars and Strides community run will start and finish at Discovery Meadow in downtown San Jose, and Carl and I are inviting you to join us. If you are unable to attend physically, you can still participate in our Star One Credit Union virtual run or walk. Tonight, we have 3 quick requests. First, please register for yourself and your family. Registration is easy at starsandstridesrun.com. For our elected leaders, please sign up under the Cal Water Elected Official Executive 5K Challenge. Second, please reach out to...
Your time is up, but I'll let you finish your thoughts. Go ahead. I'll let you wrap up your thoughts. I think you were at the end already, right?
Mayor, it unmuted me, so I will do it. Second,
Okay.
please tell your friends and family to also join us. And third, if you have a community newsletter or social media account that you can promote Stars and Strides Run to bring our community together for the common good, we would greatly appreciate it. Thanks again for your service and your leadership.
Thank you. And this is in line with our 4th of July. Thank you so much. Okay, moving on to announcement of the conflict of interest and campaign contributions. We have City Attorney Michael Motelpasi.
Thank you, Mayor. I ask you, Mayor, and each of the council members whether he or she has any financial or personal conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda.
Oops, Vice Mayor Chua.
None. None.
Councilmember Barbadillo.
None.
Councilmember Fan.
None.
Myself is a none. Thank you.
Councilmember Leanne as well.
She said yes, none. Oh, I'm sorry.
None.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I also ask members of the Milpitas City Council to please disclose any campaign contributions of $100 or more received within the last 12 months from any of the parties entering into contracts with the city on tonight's agenda, contributions received from the development project applicant or the appellant on tonight, any matter on tonight's agenda.
Councilmember Barbadillo,
None.
Mayor Chua,
None.
Councilmember Lian,
None.
Councilmember Fan,
None.
and I am a none. Thank you.
Thank you. Let the record reflect there are no reported conflicts.
Okay, thank you. All right, now I will read the code of conduct. Be respectful and courteous. Words, tone, and body language do matter. Model civility. Avoid surprises. Praise publicly and criticize privately. Focus on the issue, not the person. Refrain from using electronic devices while on the council dais. Disclose conflict of interest and affiliations related to agenda items. Separate governing from campaigning. The council speaks with one voice after making policy on issues. Respect the line between policy and administration. Council will hold one another accountable to comply with the code of conduct. So moving on to the approval of the agenda. Is there anyone that would like to make any changes to the agenda? Vice Mayor Chua,
Seeing none, move to approve the agenda.
is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Lian seconded. So it was moved by Vice Mayor Chua and seconded by Councilmember Lian. Thank you. Okay, and now we will call for the vote. Okay, Councilmember Barbadillo,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lian,
Aye.
and Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
And I am an aye. Thank you very much. And now we'll take the next, we'll take the next one, and that's the consent calendar. So does staff have any comments on the consent calendar?
Thank you, Mayor. We do not.
Okay, call for the public comment or any items on the consent calendar. Is anyone from the public that has any comments on the consent calendar? Seeing none, is there anyone on Zoom?
There are no public speakers on Zoom.
Okay, so now we're going to call for a motion for the consent calendar.
So move.
Vice Mayor Chua has moved it, and then Councilmember Barbadillo has seconded. So moved by Vice Mayor Chua and seconded by Councilmember Barbadillo. Okay, now we call for the vote. Councilmember Barbadillo,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua,
Aye.
Aye.
Councilmember Lian,
Aye.
and Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Thank you for that. Okay, now. Oh, and I am an aye. Okay, thank you. Okay, so now we will receive. Let's see. Now we will go on to have our acting city manager on with the presentations.
Thank you, Mayor. So we're on public hearing, item 20. Hear administrative appeal of hearing officer's decision upholding the police chief's denial of a massage establishment permit. And we have our city attorney, Michael Matalapasi, as well as our assistant city attorney, Christopher Creech, who will be presenting on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting City Manager Ken Talk. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. Tonight, you're here to hear an appeal on a massage permit. Every year, all massage establishments in the city have to obtain a permit through the police department. In this particular case, the police chief denied the permit of a massage establishment called Yuan Ni Days Spa, which is located at 122 West Calaveras Boulevard. The business owner appealed the decision of the police chief. That decision was heard by the city manager's designated hearing officer, who upheld that decision. The business owner is now appealing to the city council, as is their right under the code. If we can move on to the next slide, please. This slide will give you just a quick rundown of the schedule of the presentations to be presented, and a brief statement about the rules of order. When I'm done with this presentation, we'll move on to public comment. Each side under the council member handbook will be allowed 15 minutes to present their case. Each side will have to reserve time for any questions they have for the other party's witnesses. That will be included in their 15 minutes. After both sides have presented, written questions will be submitted to the clerk to be read by the mayor. When the 15 minutes have elapsed, each side will have a 5-minute period for rebuttal. After the rebuttals have been made, it will be up to the council to ask whatever questions they please of any of the parties or witnesses and to undertake deliberations. The rules of order, which is on the right side of the slide in front of you, are set forth in the municipal code. All speakers must be first recognized by the mayor. When we're counting times, if there is a necessity for translation, the time will not elapse during the speaking of the translator. All questions for witnesses and staff will be submitted in writing and asked by the mayor in her discretion. Questions must be relevant to the issues, non-argumentative, and non-rhetorical. Once the council has had a chance to ask questions and deliberate, the council may take one of several actions. They may uphold the decision previously, which is a denial of the permit. They may reverse and remand the decision back to the hearing officer to consider something that they wish for her to consider. They may reverse the decision without remand and reinstate the permit. They may modify the previous decision, or they may add additional conditions to the permit. If the council decides to add additional conditions to the permit, we'll have to have another hearing because the permit holder will be allowed due process time to consider those extra conditions. If the council can't make a decision tonight, the council may move to continue the hearing, but it must be heard and a decision must be come to within the next 60 days. The council is not required to state a reason for its decision. It simply needs to vote and make a decision. The burden of proof in this case is on the business owner. That means all things being equal, the council should decide in favor of the city. The business owner has a burden of proving her case by at least 51% of the evidence, or what we call a preponderance of the evidence. That's about all I have. With that, I'll turn it over to you, Mayor, and you can open public comment.
Thank you, City Attorney. If there is anyone here or on Zoom other than the parties or their witnesses who wishes to speak on this item only, we will take public comment now. Are there any people here in the council chamber? You have to have I think you have to have a speaker card, right? No? Okay. All right. Okay, we go ahead, Mr. Montemayor. Is your speaker not? Oh, there it is. I see. I think it's working now.
Voltaire Montemayor Milpitas. I believe it's similar one. I just had it this morning at the mall, and I feel great. I felt strong after the massage at the Great Mall. I think the relaxation store or room. I was there. I had a face down, and two people had the massage on me. So it's great to have one. You really have to have some expense though. It's not cheap, but I don't know about this one. They're asking for the permit. I believe it's all good. It's just that there must be a reason also why it's kind of delayed, whatever the issuance of the permit. Oh, I understand. Anyway, it's all year. The recommendation is covering all. So we have all the options. We, as I read it, so I think it's just fair. So all I know is I felt strong. I just did it with my wife at Great Mall, having a massage for two people massage me for 30 minutes. So it's all good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montemayor. Are there any members from the public that would like to speak? Are there any ones from Zoom that would like to speak?
There are no hands raised in Zoom.
Okay, so thank you for that. So is this the time for them to start attempting for the witnesses to come, or no, just the clients?
Yes, Mayor. At this time, the business owner and appellant would be presenting her case. I believe she has an attorney here. They will have 15 minutes to present their case, and they must remember to reserve time if they want to question the witnesses at the end.
Okay, thank you. So can the business owner or their chosen representative please approach the podium? You will now have 15 minutes to present your case. Remember, if you have any questions for the city staff or anyone else that you want to ask, you need to reserve enough time out of your 15 minutes to have those questions answered. So following the city's presentation, both sides will have the opportunity to submit written questions for staff or witnesses. Please state your name and say who you are for the record before you begin.
Yes, my name is John Nguyen, and I represent Unyi Day Spa on behalf of my client who is present in the chamber here today.
Thank you. You may begin.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can you put the mic closer to your,
yes.
There you go.
Good evening, Mayor Montano, Vice Mayor Chua, and members of the council. I don't want to bore you with the appellate brief that I have submitted to the council for review. So I'm going to address the main points why we are here today. The denial of the application of established permit is based on one and only one theory, and that is speculation. At no time did anyone at Day Spa ever offer or even remotely propose sexual acts to the patrons. We don't know whether the reporting party had a grudge against the Day Spa or a competitor thereof. All we know is that someone anonymously reported that they have attempted to get the spa, to which they were given a proposition to perform additional illegal act. At best, the city suspected of suspicious activities that occurred on or about September 8, 2022. In fact, Detective Sevilla's declaration even confirmed that sexual acts might have occurred. Now, the point here is all of these activities that the detectives have written in their declaration further demonstrated that the act did not occur, nor was it proposed to be occur. Detective Sevilla even stated that it might have it might have occurred. In fact, Detective Sevilla did not test the liquid found on the tissues to confirm whether the liquid was semen, nor was there any evidence that was found to substantiate the findings of the investigation. To further confirm Detective Sevilla's suspicion, Detective Jackman acted as a decoy where he requested these massage services at the day spa on or about January 2023. Now, during the massage services, Detective Jackman intentionally moved his body so that the towel could slip away to expose his private part. It should be noted that Tao Nguyen, the employee who performed the massage services, adjusted the towel to cover his private part and continued with the massage. Seeing no action from Tao Nguyen, Detective Jackman again, for the second time, moved his body so that the towel would slip away and expose his private part. That did not deter Tao from readjusting the towel to cover Detective Jackman's private parts and continue with the massage in a professional manner. Now, Detective Jackman not once, but twice proposed to ask for extra services during the massage. Tao affirmatively responded, "No, I do massage only." And with her limited English proficiency, she affirmed that no extra here when Detective Jackman asked for extra services. Now, no proposition was ever made by Tao for any type of sexual activities or any illegal conduct. Having received no proposition from Tao, Detective Jackman had no choice but to perform the sexual act unilaterally on himself. To which Tao again said, "I do massage only." And with her limited English proficiency, Tao repeatedly said no. And no means no. No extra services, only massage. Now, at no time did ever Tao propose to Detective Jackman that the $30 was a quid pro quo for the sexual act. In fact, that is the amount that Detective Jackman unilaterally gave Tao at the end of the services after the massage was concluded. Tao even confirmed or reaffirmed with Detective Jackman, "Is this for me?" as a gratuity, as a tip for the services. Nor did ever Detective Jackman stated, "I will pay $30 for something extra." The conversation between Detective Jackman and Tao Nguyen was further confirmed by Detective Jackman's declaration as well as Tao Nguyen's declaration that the two never exchanged any type of correspondence or agreement that the $30 was for the extra services. Now, the city of Milpitas said that the impact of the suspension will be de minimis, resulting in a slight loss of the business license. While it is de minimis to the city to deny the license, it is not de minimis to a consumer who is needing the license to operate for her livelihood. In fact, my client relies on the business for her living. She is the breadwinner in the family who has to support her daughter through college, where her daughter is attending at a university to pursue a graduate degree. The denial of the license costs my client in severe financially due to the fact that she has signed a 1-year lease on the premises. And denying the license would cost my client potentially having to file bankruptcy in order to be not accountable for the lease. Because of the decision of the denial of the permit, as a result thereof, my client's license as a masseuse was also denied. It's not the other way around. And because my client, not only the breadwinner who supports her daughter, she also has to support her mother, an elderly lady who's still in Vietnam. Now, even if, and only if, that the illegal act had occurred at the premises, my client deserves another chance, just like any person who has been found in violation of any code or conduct. In this case, no violation had occurred. And at best, it is a pure speculation that the illegal activity had occurred, which it never did at the premises. Thank you. And I'd like to reserve the time for the rebuttal.
Thank you. So the appellate has completed their presentation. City Clerk, how much time remains to the appellant out of their 15 minutes?
He has 5 minutes and 57 seconds left.
Okay, I think it was 6 something when you were talking. Oh, okay. City Clerk, so you said it was 5:57. Okay, thank you. So the appellant will have, City Attorney, how many minutes?
So at the end of the city's case in chief, the appellant will be able to submit questions to you, Mayor. To the extent that he has questions for any of the city witnesses, he'll have 5 minutes and 57 seconds to get answers to those questions. In addition to the 5 minutes and 57 seconds he has to get answers for those questions, he will have 5 minutes to close.
Okay, so it's 5 minutes and 57 seconds. So the appellant will have 5 minutes, 57 seconds reserved for responses to their questions. Following the city's presentation, both sides will have the opportunity to submit written questions for staff or witnesses. In whatever time remains to each side, witnesses and staff will respond to questions only for the length of the reserved time period. Those questions may be ranked in order of preference for asking. The city will now similarly have 15 minutes to present. Please proceed.
Thank you.
And I'd like to introduce our Assistant City Attorney. This is Christopher Creech.
Good evening, Mayor Montano, members of the City Council. My name is Christopher Creech. As the Assistant City Attorney, it's my pleasure to present to you this evening on what is ultimately a question of law and fact for you to resolve. In the city of Milpitas, the operation of a massage establishment is a privilege, not a right. And that's reflected not just in the requirement that every year a massage establishment apply for a permit, and that the chief may deny that permit at his discretion, but also that in this hearing, the burden is on the appellant to prove their case more likely than not. That reflects an expectation that when concerning issues like solicitation and prostitution arise, that we expect business owners to be able to clearly and confidently show that those issues did not occur. It is also that if they do not carry their burden, that the denial should be upheld. In that case, if the denial is upheld, the appellant, after 1 year, can reapply again. At that time, they can show reformation, show that they can be able to carry on a business in a way that complies with the city laws and the state laws that we all live under. It is an ordinance that has actions speak louder than words, that has people demonstrate their ability to comply with the law. And what I saw missing completely from the appellant's presentation was any kind of actions on their part. No concrete plan to ensure that violations like this do not reoccur. No willingness to have any kind of an imposition of any sanction upon their license imposed. A request instead that the city's laws be a mere word and that their permit reissue as if nothing had happened at all. The words that I see in the appellant's brief, which is included in the council's materials, are that this decision was arbitrary, without justification, without a shred of evidence. That's page 322 of the council's packet, page 4 of the appellant's brief. They called the clerk's decision after she took evidence from both sides, heard both sides, took the matter on submission, considered it, issued a written decision. They call that decision a mere checkbox, a predetermined outcome. These are the words being used. But before you tonight is not just mere words from the city. It is concrete actions by the police department, who didn't just assume that a citizen's report of prostitution on the premises was occurring. They investigated. They took action. You will hear from Detective Jackman, as well as from Detective Sevilla, who oversees the permit program, about what they heard. But you also see in your packets declarations from both of them, sworn under penalty of perjury, the same oath that they would take if they were testifying in a court of law, the same kind of evidence that the courts use when they consider serious issues like this one. I'll give some time now for them to explain and to correct all the misstatements in the record that were made by the appellants about what they saw and observed. And as they do so, I'd like you to see in the PowerPoint presentation, which I'll go through, some citations to various provisions of the municipal code that their testimony relate to as various violations. Detective Sevilla, if you're online, I'd like to invite you to begin by describing your role in this process, as well as the citizen's complaint that led to the investigation.
Good evening, Mayor Montano and council members. My name is Daniel Sevilla. I'm a sworn police officer employed by the city of Milpitas. I'm currently assigned to the Special Investigations Unit as a detective. My duties include, but are not limited to, crimes against person, gangs, narcotics, auto theft, vice, prostitution, and human trafficking. In addition to those duties, I am also tasked with reviewing the massage establishment permits. The UNE Day Spa applied for a license renewal, at which point I conducted internal checks for any complaints or issues that we've had at the business. I discovered that in July of 2021, the police department received a complaint of prostitution at the day spa. An anonymous reporting party reported that they attempted to receive a massage. It was the first time at the massage establishment, and they were propositioned for additional sexual services. They left the business and they called the police department and did not want to provide any further information. They were concerned that prostitution and human trafficking may have been occurring at the business. As part of my investigation, I conducted a inspection of the business. I spoke to employees at the business, and when I went inside at the time, I was not wearing a police uniform. I was dressed in plain clothes. And I identified myself as a police detective when speaking to them. When I was speaking to the employees, none of the employees had any of the proper identification identifying themselves as masseuses, which is required by state law, the California Massage Therapy Council as well. None of the masseuses were wearing professional attire. They were wearing revealing attire. One of the employees that I spoke to, the fabric was so thin, it was see-through, exposing her undergarments. A different employee that was giving somebody a massage at the time, she was wearing a dress that was hiked very high up to her upper thigh area. And every time that I spoke to her, she was trying to lower it to make it appear less revealing. In addition to that, the receptionist was also wearing a form-fitting dress, exposing her breasts. When I walked into the business and identified myself, one of the female masseuses walked out of the room. I identified myself as a police detective with Milpitas. She quickly walked away from me, and I could see that she had styrofoam cup and something inside of it. She walked into the bathroom and discarded it. I looked at the items that were discarded, and I found more styrofoam cups that contained multiple moist tissues. I examined the tissues individually and noticed that they contained a clear bodily mucus, and I believe that it was semen. Based on what I had seen on the inspection, in addition with the actions that that masseuse had taken when she realized that I was a police officer, I did believe that there was prostitution or solicitation going on at the business. In addition to the inspection, I continued doing spot checks of customers going in and out of the business. And I saw that multiple predominantly male customers were going into the business. They were going in for short periods of time, anywhere from 15 to 30 minutes. So with all of that information that I collected, the anonymous report, the concerning things that I saw during my inspection, and the continuous activity, I believe that there was prostitution or suspicious activity happening. I organized an operation for a plainclothes detective to go into the business and attempt to get a massage. This is a time-intensive operation. There's a lot of things that we need to factor in, and that's why it took a little bit of time for us to organize it. On January 19th, Detective Jackman was my undercover detective. He walked into the business and posed as a normal customer in plain clothes to see if he was solicited. While waiting, I observed that multiple occasions, male customers enter the business and then employees lock the door. For us, this was extremely concerning due to officer safety reasons. It was something that I had not seen before, and it was very concerning. After Detective Jackman gave me the signal that he was propositioned, we entered the business and we identified ourselves as police officers. While inside, I spoke to a receptionist who was inside alone with a male customer. I spoke to the male customer and he advised me that he was receiving a massage from the receptionist, and she does not have a license to be giving people massages. And on April 14, 2023, I received notification from the California Massage Therapy Council that effective March 29, 2003 and April 6, 2003, the California Massage Therapy Council has suspended massage certificates for trained women as well as numerous masseuses that work at the business. Thank you.
Before I turn it over to Detective Jackman and talk about his plainclothes observations, Detective Sevilla, after observing the dress issues during your initial walkthrough, did you talk to the business owner and ask her about why employees were being allowed to dress in that way?
And she responded that she had brought up concerns to the masseuses in the past. However, they wanted to continue to dress like that because it was cute and attracted more customers.
Thank you very much. Detective Jackman, can you talk about your observations when you went undercover in January?
Yes, thank you. Just like Detective Sevilla, I'm a sworn peace officer employed by the Milpitas Police Department. I'm currently assigned as a detective. My duties include, but are not limited to, investigating all manner of crimes against persons, gangs, narcotics, auto theft, vice, prostitution, and human trafficking. I have investigated and assisted in the investigation of prostitution activity and lewd acts on multiple occasions, including interviews of prostitutes who use various means of contacting clients. On January 19th, 2023, I participated in an investigation of a massage establishment described previously. I had not previously visited this establishment or received a massage there. I entered the building in plain clothes in the capacity of an undercover officer and posed as a customer. Using pre-recorded bills, I paid $70 for a 1-hour massage. I was instructed to enter one of the several back rooms off a hallway. I undressed completely and covered myself with a towel. After about 15 minutes, a woman entered the room and closed the door. She instructed me to lay face down on the massage table, and I complied. She then began massaging my back, shoulders, arms, and buttocks. Approximately 20 minutes into the massage, I turned on my side and allowed the towel to slide away, exposing my nude buttocks. I did this as a recognized signal to see if the masseuse would make a solicitation. The masseuse initially repositioned my towel and directed me to lie face down. Later, but still well before the 1-hour massage I paid for had ended, I turned on my side for a second time, again exposing myself. As the masseuse readjusted my towel and stated, "I'm not finished," I responded with, "I was hoping you could do something extra." After initially stating something similar to "no extra here," the masseuse resumed the massage. But she then directed me to roll over and lay on my back. I complied. As she began massaging my legs and forehead, and without any further comment or action by me, she then told me, quote, "If you want to do it yourself, I will help you." End quote. I understood the masseuse to be offering to perform a sexual act for pay by assisting me in the manual stimulation of my genitals. I asked her, "How much?" She repeated, "Do it yourself, and I will help you." The masseuse then began to touch my new genitals instead of continuing the massage. I reached over my clothing to retrieve a pre-recorded $20 bill and a $10 bill I had received in change when I initially paid for the massage. To help establish cost, I held up both bills. Instead of choosing one bill, the masseuse took both and said, "For me, thank you." She then took $30 from me and placed it in the pocket of her smock. It should be noted that this was still well before the end of the 1-hour massage. She then began to touch my genitals again and applied oil directly to my genitals. At that time, I signaled officers outside that I had been solicited for prostitution or another lewd act in violation of California Penal Code Section 647. Rather than proceed with the negotiated act any further, I distracted the masseuse while officers made entry. I then exited the building with the other customers and later identified the masseuse to the arresting officers. I then left the scene.
Thank you. Is that the end of your presentation?
Just a few more
You
moments.
have
1 minute remaining, I believe. If we can go very quickly to slide 8, just to be very clear, this is not isolated acts as the appellant wants to present it. These are cases where the police department went in on random days, were assigned to a random masseuse that they did not choose, and had concerning acts of solicitation occur in their presence, both inferred solicitation on the earlier walkthrough and actual solicitation in person. And the inference is that they could have walked in on any day and had the exact same thing happen. And that is because they were fostering an atmosphere where with understanding, the masseuses were being allowed to dress in a provocative manner with the understanding that this was to gain tips and money. I wanted to call out to your attention a few points. If you actually look at the declaration by the masseuse that's included in your materials at page 317, she says, after initially saying no extra, that she says, quote, "I said, if you want it, take care of yourself." He started doing it himself. He then took $30 and gave it to me. I then put that money in my pocket. There was a negotiated act, and to deny otherwise is concerning.
Thank you. The city has completed their presentation. City Clerk, how much time remains to the city out of their 15 minutes?
The city has no time left.
No time. Thank you. The city will have 0 minutes reserved for responses to their questions. Okay. And as the hearing officer, in the time that each side reserved, I will now read any proper written questions submitted by the parties, beginning with the appellant. Each side is entitled to only the time reserved. If that time runs out while a witness is answering, no more questions will be asked by the witness or staff, and staff may finish their answer. The city clerk will keep the time. City Attorney?
Thank you, Mayor. The appellant has submitted a list of questions that I will give to you to ask of the city's witnesses.
Okay, and do you want me to read these out?
Yes.
Okay,
And allow the witness, read one.
okay. So questions for the witnesses. Number one, did the reporting party provide a declaration under penalty of perjury that he had been propositioned for additional sexual services? And
Did you want to state who the question was directed at?
so we need.
Yes, thank you. That is for the Detective Sevilla.
Second, did Detective Seville? Okay, go ahead.
No,
Oh,
declaration is not left by the anonymous.
so we're having technical difficulties. Can you please stop the timer because we cannot make out what Detective Sevilla is saying.
Detective Sevilla, can you say something to test your microphone, please? Have you switched microphones? There's a lot of distortion on your end, I believe.
I have not changed anything.
There remains a tremendous amount of distortion.
What do you propose?
Do you have a call-in number, Detective Sevilla, that you could potentially mute your audio and use audio from the telephone?
Yeah.
Council, if I may, Chair Hernandez serving as the Chief of Police. So I just sent Sevilla a text message to log out and relog back in, and that should correct his microphone issue.
Did you get that? Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, great. Yes. Okay. Thank you. You may continue.
To answer the question, the anonymous reporting party did not leave a written declaration.
Thank you. Next, did the Milpitas police find any evidence of any person who was actually performing sexual act at the day spa during their investigation or any subsequent observations?
That is also for Detective Sevilla.
Sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
Okay. Did the Milpitas police find any evidence of any person who was actually performing sexual act at the day spa during their investigation or any subsequent observations?
No.
Okay. Next, question number 4. Did the customer provide a declaration under penalty of perjury that he was given a massage by the receptionist?
No.
Question 5. Isn't it true that Thao Nguyen wore her uniform during her interaction with Detective Jackman?
That is correct.
Question 6. Did Thao Nguyen ever propose or remotely signal to offer additional sexual services to Detective Jackman during the interaction?
I think that question is better suited for Detective Jackman.
That is correct.
Yes, I would be happy to answer that question.
Please.
As I described earlier, the solicitation did occur. The offer for sexual services was completed. So yes.
So yes, okay. 7, isn't it true that Detective Jackman requested for extra service twice and got rejected by Thao both times? This is for Detective Jackman.
Yes, that is correct. However, during an investigation, based on my training and experience, I know that people who solicit sexual services often vet the client, as it were, in order to determine the validity of their claims and possibly determine what, if any, connection they have to outside parties. And so it's important for an investigation like this to be, absolutely clear. And ultimately, when an exchange like this occurs, any prior rejection matters less than the ultimate acceptance of the solicitation.
Thank you. Question number 8. Isn't it true that Bao Nguyen rejected not once but twice when Detective Jackman's requested for extra service?
If I understand that to be the same question as the one previous, then see my previous answer.
Okay, thank you. All right, now.
Mayor Montano, if I may, respectfully, I believe question number 2 was not asked of Detective Sevilla, or I may have misheard it.
This number 2. Hold on a minute. Which one? Okay, this one is for Detective Sevilla. Did Detective Sevilla test the tissues at the day spa to confirm that the liquid was actually semen?
I did not.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so we're done with the questions. City Attorney, I guess a rebuttal period. So each.
Yes, Mayor, each side will now have 5 minutes for the rebuttal. The applicant will have the first rebuttal.
Okay. The city will now have 5 minutes to respond. Says here the city. Okay, the appellant.
Thank you, Mayor Montano. Again, on behalf of my clients, thank you for the opportunity to be heard today regarding my client's appeal in getting the license reinstated. The city has stated earlier that the appellant has not complied with the law. That is not true. In fact, the appellant has complied with the law. Bao Nguyen wore the spa uniform on her day on the interaction with Detective Jackman. The appellant enforced strict policy at the day spa and has a zero tolerance on any kind of illegal activity. The appellant deserves a second chance to prove that no illegal activity will ever occur. Not that it did, due to the fact that this is her livelihood. By denying her application, it's essentially forcing my client to go into bankruptcy, depriving her entire family to be able to make a living. The allegations have been made without any supporting evidence. In fact, Detective Jackson's declaration originally submitted to the city did not include any of the additional allegations that were submitted today. That raised a doubt of whether the alleged incident had occurred during that interaction with Detective Jackman. Tao's declaration confirmed that she repeatedly said no. She even rejected his advances, to which Detective Jackman performed the act by himself. As the city can see, the gentleman here, the public member, enjoys the massage. If the massage is professionally done and appropriate, I respectfully request on behalf of my client, the city, to reverse the decision of the denial, or in the alternative, to reconsider the decision and make modifications for further consideration to ensure that my client will comply with the law. As the city can see here, my client in her spa uniform, that is completely appropriate. The uniform that Tao wore has also been submitted as Exhibit A to the City Council in my appellant brief, which also shows that the uniform was completely appropriate. Denying the application, as the city has stated, as nothing has happened, that is not the case. It is the livelihood of our public members. And the appellant deserves a second chance to make a living to support her family. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now the city will have 5 minutes to respond.
Thank you, Mayor Montano, members of the City Council. The appellant in her questions, as well as in her presentation, wants to draw a distinction here that the law simply doesn't recognize. The idea that there is some kind of a difference if Detective Jackman was performing an action, or if the masseuse was. Penal Code Section 314, which the city's code incorporates, is whether or not someone assisted in someone else committing a lewd act. Penal Code Section 647A asks simply if a lewd act occurred in public. Is only 647B, which is prostitution, two people mutually engaging in a sexual act. All of these acts, however defined, violate the law and violate the city's ordinance. More significantly, the appellant is misselling what physically occurred. Detective Jackman used a recognized signal in the industry to see if the masseuse would solicit in for prostitution. She initially repositioned his towel. He made that signal a second time. When she went to reposition the towel, he was explicit. Will you do anything extra? She initially said no, but then without any further action by Detective Jackman, as stated in his declaration, she asked him to roll over and then told him, if you do it yourself, I will help you. She then proceeded to touch his genitals. He then held up money, which she took. And we can have a debate on whether she thought that was a tip or whether or not it was payment. But the truth is, both in the masseuse's own declaration, which is submitted in the council materials, as well as Detective's declaration, which is sworn under penalty of perjury, both of them are describing the same thing. A negotiated sexual act of the masseuse's proposition, an acceptance of money, and then a performance of that act. The appellant comes before you today saying that they have a zero tolerance policy, that anyone doing something like this would be fired immediately. So the question then to the council is, was this masseuse fired? If she was fired, how can you come before this council and pretend that nothing happened? If she was not fired, is these the kinds of actions that are consistent with the appellant's words for being given a second chance? Again, absent from the appellant's presentation is anything indicating a concrete plan to ensure that these violations will not happen in the future, any kind of a description of a repercussion for these troubling acts is simply a complete denial of any kind of personal responsibility for what occurred on the premises. As indicated in the municipal code, as well as the report that we made, under the city's code, acts by an employee are imputed to an owner. An owner cannot dodge their responsibility by turning a blind eye to what's occurring on their premises, particularly in a case like this where the concerns about the provocative attire of the employees were raised to the owner, that she then acknowledged that employees were doing that to be provocative to customers and allowed that practice to continue until Detective Sevilla came on the premises and saw what he saw the scandalous attire, saw the atmosphere that was leading to these violations. It is not mere conjecture. It is an act, is a longstanding act of neglect leading to an inevitable and unfortunate outcome that has repercussions and responsibilities. When these kinds of acts are allowed to go on without any kind of repercussion, it damages the entire community. It damages other massage parlors who believe that they must do these kinds of acts in order to compete. It puts masseuses in a position where they feel like they must do these kinds of acts to get business, to make a living. It creates an atmosphere of trafficking when these actions are tolerated. But moreover, it creates the potential for business owners to simply keep doing these things until they are caught. Because these are actions that happen behind closed door, they're notoriously difficult to find. And that way to say, give a slap on the hand, do nothing, allow us to operate as if nothing happened before. It encourages closed door behaviors that can perpetuate this system. At the end of the day, the choice is yours of if you believe the appellant has carried their burden to show that the basis for the police chief's denial is unfounded. They have not done so today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So now, thank you both. Each side has now had a fair opportunity to present their positions. The council will take this matter under submission now. So now's the time for the council to deliberate and ask any questions we have. Would any of my colleagues like to begin?
And Mayor, just before you begin, would it be okay if we put the final slide of the presentation up there? I believe that has the potential decisions that the council can make.
Oh yeah, the possible options for motion to be displayed on the screen.
So I believe these are the possible options.
You want me to read them out? Okay, so the possible options for motion to be displayed on will be number one, sustain the decision. For example, uphold the denial of the permit. Number two, reverse and remand the decision for further consideration. For example, direct the hearing officer to reconsider the matter. Number three, reverse the decision without remand and reach an opposite decision. For example, reverse the permit denial. And number four, modify the decision. For example, change any part of the hearing officer's decision disagreed with. And number five, impose additional conditions on the permit. And these must then give the business owner additional time to respond to those new conditions. So those are the five possible options that we have. Oh, I didn't see six. If a decision is not forthcoming, I will ask. Okay. So now I will go to my colleagues, and I think I see Councilmember Lin.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I begin, I would like to let the council know and also the community know that I was contacted by maybe a constituent asking about this matter, asking for the procedure and the email addresses. So I did instruct that person to go on the website and search for the email. And I did not disclose or I did not discuss the matter with that person further. Thank you. So as city council members, we are here and we listen to both parties. We want to be fair and we want the business owners to know the code, the rules, the regulations. The police officers are here doing the job, and we have the reputation in Milpitas as a safe place. We do not tolerate crimes. We do not want to be prejudicial to the police, and we are not taking sides of the business owners, but we do want to be fair. Based on what the facts that I've heard and the two detectives. I feel that we do have some rooms for mistake. We are not certain. We're not 100% sure. And to take and to uphold the permit, risking the business owner to be out of business for a whole year before they can reapply for the permit. Maybe we can add new conditions to the permit to make sure it's like a probation. If the business owner violates that probation anytime during that 1 year, we can shut them out of business. So that's my finding and my suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lin. Any other of my colleagues? Would any of my colleagues please? Okay, we have Vice Mayor Chua.
Yes, I would like to ask for a clarification, I guess, with the appellant. Did the owner and Ms. Tao have licenses during this time? Not yet.
Yes, to respond to your question, Vice Mayor Chua, both Tao and the appellant had a professional license for the massage. Ms. Nguyen here can testify to that. Her license was denied after the day spa license was suspended, and which caused her to not be able to work for a living. And she is the breadwinner of the family.
Do you recall the dates when we revoked the license for both?
Vice Mayor Chua, my client has limited English proficiency. So if her daughter can act as the interpreter or I can act as an interpreter, whichever deem fit.
Let me clear it with our city attorney. Is that okay, city attorney?
Whichever you prefer, either of you can act as an interpreter.
Okay. Cái ngày mà So the appellant said that it was approximately March 30th, 2023, where the appellant was required to submit her license to the council.
What about is she the owner?
Yes, she is the owner.
What about the employee?
The employer, to my understanding, has moved out of the state, Vice Mayor Chua.
Okay, thank you both.
Thank you.
That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Any of my other colleagues? You? I don't see your name up there. Councilmember Fan, did you want to say something at this moment? Okay.
I think that we want to be able to set a precedent going forward for the purposes of processes. And if this is the process going forward, if we're going to play courtroom to businesses, we, in my opinion, should change the process, because we can't play prosecution. We're a city council. We have to make public policy. And at the end of the day, we did make a policy. The massage ordinance, I think there's a list of provisions on there. And I think that Mayor Montano asked some very relevant questions at the beginning of deliberation. And it should just go by that checklist. Did this person did this? Was there proof of this? And, there's a line of questioning there that, I think we have the answers to, or at least enough for us to make a decision. What I don't envision the city doing going forward is the way that we prosecuted folks. I think that's it sends the wrong message, and at the end of the day, that's not something that I would be supportive of. I absolutely want to make sure that we take accountability, and so with regards to this appeal, I've always believed in second chances. And I think that additional conditions to the permit is a fair action to take. Conditions that would require approval of the police department. If that's something my colleagues would be open to. But from what I see is that there's a lot of miscommunication involved, and it's not so black and white. So I will leave it at that.
Thank you, Councilmember Fan. And now I'll have Councilmember Barbadillo.
This question is for the city attorney, please. All right, this was, I saw this on the letter notifying the council with regards to this appeal. So my question is, I've heard several testimonies and representations with regards to solicitation of prostitution. So my question is this the alleged violation, or there are other more? And if there's other more, what constitute the denial based on the alleged violations?
So the stated basis for the denial were the actions observed on the 3 different days in question. That is the report by the concerned citizen, the observations on Detective Sevilla's walkthrough, as well as the solicitation during the undercover operation. The stated basis was not itemized in these particular provisions, is itemized in the acts and the concerns that those had with the business's ability to comply with the operation standards, as well as the permittees, the permit, their state permit, those issues. As far as for itemizing the individual provisions violated, that is putting the conduct observed, that was the basis for the denial, into the terms of the provisions of the statute. That was what I was trying to do in the administrative report by identifying particular provisions that those actions would speak to, as well as in the slides. I'm happy to go through any of those particular provisions if that would be helpful. The most significant one, I guess, to your question is that the municipal code does not just prohibit prostitution. It prohibits sexual acts occurring on the business whatsoever. It prohibits massage of the genitals in any way whatsoever.
So really my question is, the code lists those violations. I think it was one of the brief, not locking the door, wearing provocative attires and stuff like that. And, the declarations of the two witnesses is completely general. They covered all without specifying which of the code enumerated by your case chief has been violated to result the denial of the permit. So what I'm trying to say is, if you listed 5, and let's say you presented 5 evidence with regards to those violations, and you only proved 3, the concept of my question is, would that amount to denial outright of the permit, or would there be a hierarchy of it needs to be 5 to close it down, it needs to be 3 to put condition, you would 1, we should grant it. So that's I think would be a clearer litmus for the council to decide. If you tell us, hey, this is our case, there's 5 violations, we prove them all, and it's up to the council to decide if you did prove or that the appellant did meet his burden, and we decide on that. Because the next question is, the way the council is talking right now, it seems, there's some opinions, right? There's, here, and we can sense decisions that would be made. And I think a good argument with regards to that is what constitutes an outright denial, right? They had, I heard their testimonies, I had their presentation, they did things to rebut some of the allegations of the city, at least to my personal opinion, right? And now I'm left with, out of the 5 allegations, or however many allegations the city had, they rebutted a few. Would it commensurate to the denial of permit, or would it solicit the granting of the permit, but with some conditions? That's something that's not clear to me. So if you violate 5, deny. You violate 1, deny. That decision.
I understand your question completely.
Right.
So in the municipal code, it does not state that you need X many of the grounds for violation. Rather, it states that any of the grounds stated could be an independent and sufficient basis. And what it states in subdivision F of section 3-6-6 is that it's the discretion of the police chief. As you might imagine from the conditions and the grounds for denial of revocation stated in the code, they can range from various things that you could see have a range of significance. For instance, displaying a permit on the premises versus allowing a sexual act to occur, allowing a sexual act to occur for compensation, which is separately prohibited. There are gradients to each one of the different violations. The ones here obviously are potentially very significant violations in there. And then ultimately what is occurring is the chief exercising his discretion over all of those denied the permit. And the question for the council then is that the petitioner has the burden of proof to show error in that discretionary decision. And that is the question before the council.
Right. I understand the discretionary power of the decision maker in granting or denying the permit, but that discretion has a basis. You know that, right? You just don't tell me, hey, there's 5 violations, whichever of them, is enough to close it. There's always a basis like, there's a precedent like this that when a massage parlor locks the door, or when a massage parlor does this, then that's the basis of this discretion, and that's how you explain discretion, and that's how you avoid going up on appeals. So that's what's not clear to me. As I said, both artists presented their case, and some have credibility. I mean, both have credibility in some issues. Now, my problem is when I match those credibility, doesn't match each and every allegations of the city to each and every defense of the appellant. So the hanging question, at least to my one vote, is would one violation equivalent to 5 violations, whether I believe the appellant or I believe the city, would constitute denial of the permit, would constitute the abuse of the discretion of the decision maker. So that's where I am now. Both, I believe, were under penalty of perjury. There's this declaration, and it's just credibility now. But we know that some the appellant have probably stronger points. City had stronger points based on credibility. Both are under declaration. So now, if I believe there's only 2, if I believe there's 5 violations, what would I base my decision from?
So I guess there are multiple parts to the answer to that. As far as for weighing credibility or weighing the evidence, that again is the burden is on the appellant.
I understand. Sorry to cut you. I'll make it simple. Right? You made 5 allegations. I believe that they defended 3. So now 2 allegations stand. What's my decision? Shall I deny it outright? What's the basis of my decision if that's my understanding and belief on the evidence presented? I understand all the burden of proof. All I'm saying is, how about if you don't prove all of the allegations, they defended some? Would that automatically make my decision deny? Or would there be a scale because there's only 3 violations out of 5 that's been alleged? That's just the question that I have.
Understood. And under the code, it is a discretionary one for weighing each one of the grounds. However, any one of the grounds can be sufficient depending on each individual council member's view of the significance of those. To be very clear, though, the presentation for the different grounds of the denial or the revocation that would be violations of the code were more than 5. I think they're itemized on page.
No, the 5 is just an example. My point is, out of 10, you prove 5, they defended 5. What's my decision? That's the question.
Okay, we have next Vice Mayor Chua.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Barbadillo, for the question. This is in line with piggybacking on Councilmember Barbadillo's question. The first option on what the council may take is uphold the previous decision. And underneath that, it says the applicant will be able to reapply in 1 year. My question is this 1 year cooling period, what is it based on?
So that is simply, there is a prohibition in the code where there has been a denial or revocation from reapplying within that 1 year period. At the end of the period, the appellant can reapply. And it's the same kind of then discretionary question before the chief of police of whether or not to issue that permit. And it will depend upon the facts that exist at that time as the appellant made inroads into solving the concerns and issues. Is there a concrete plan presented for what can be done? Is there a showing of changes in operations or other kinds of things? Are there continuing concerns for the business's ability to comply with the operating standards? Has the appellant had their license with the state massage council? Have they been granted that certificate again?
Yeah.
There would be a whole host of facts and depend upon what in that intervening year happens and what the status of their application is.
So it's really up to the council to to give whatever the duration of the period that they can reapply, right? We can make it 2 years, 3 years, whatever, right?
No.
Or is there a parameter that says that this is once you have a violation, it matches that it's 1 year?
Correct. If this code states that if the permit is revoked or denied, they cannot apply for 1 year. That's flat and set in the code. So if there is a denial or a revocation, then by code they may not apply within 1 year.
Okay, so it's firm that it's 1 year, right? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Are there any more questions? If not, I have okay, Councilmember Barbadillo.
Thank you, Mayor. I would want to offer that question to appellant, please. I want to see if you have authority or precedent with regards to my question with the city attorney, that if there are 5 violations, just an example, the violations that were alleged, that's the basis of the denial, and part of the relief that I heard from your appeal is to probably set conditions, but not outright denial. Do you have a basis of that? Can you enlighten the council if it has happened before that there are violations that you know of, and there's denials of permits, and it went to hearing like this, and you defended some, the decision maker in the city had prosecuted some, and the level of results is the same. Whether there's 1 violation proven or 5 violations proven, is it mandated by this code? I want your opinion that it's an outright denial of the permit.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Barbara Little. To respond to that, the alleged violation by the city with respect to the revealing clothings or suspicious activities is a moot point at this time, or at least to the extent that it occurred at the time that Tao encountered with Detective Jackman. Due to the fact that Tao and Detective Jackman confirmed that Tao was in her professional uniform, as you can see from the appellant here, she wears the same uniform that is professionally as a masseuse. And so that issue is moot, or will no longer occur, or will not reoccur in the future. With respect to legal authority, I don't have any legal authority other than that the decision by the city is based on pure speculation without supporting evidence. The detective could have tested the fluid that they found at the premises. The detective found no evidence of the violation that the solicitation had occurred. And as you can see, I am unable to question Tao, as she is no longer in the state. But the appellant is here to answer any questions you may have. But it boils down to, at the end of the day, did any of the violation occur on the incident that Detective Jackman interacted with Tao?
Right. I understand that, and that's not my question. It's up to the decision maker to weigh whether you defended it, you had met your burden, or the city has prosecuted it well, and that lies on the decision of the council. If we believe you or if we believe the city. The question I have is, hypothetically, let's say there's 5 violations.
Yes.
And we believe that you defended 2. We believe that the city successfully proved 3. Does the municipal code says whether you violated 2, you violated 5, it's an outright denial. That's where I am, right? If you can convince me at least, or the council, to say that, hey, it's a sliding scale, council, right? If the city proved 5, good, we get denied. But if we had defended some, and you believe us on some of our defense since we met our burden, we believe as the appellant that the consequence is not outright denial. So the question is, do you have any authority about that? Do you have any precedent that, if we believe that you defended some, but you violated some, it's not an outright denial of the permit? Because that's where I am right now.
Okay. So to respond to your question, I do not have any legal authority to support my position. The only position that I have is that, as Councilmember Fan stated earlier, even if the violation has occurred allegedly, a person deserves a second chance, especially the performance, the work is their livelihood. But with respect to legal authority, I don't have any citation or legal authority or precedent cases to cite to you that the violation had occurred on a scale of 1. Therefore, the city has not met the burden. So to respond to your question, no, I do not have any legal authority.
All right. How long have your client been operating business in Milpitas?
My client can answer that.
Yes, please.
Almost 8 years.
8 years. And is this the first time that an investigation took place?
Yes.
All right. Have you been cited previously?
To my understanding, the appellant has not been cited at any time prior to the alleged incident.
So the alleged incident was her business cited?
No.
Was the Mashu cited?
No.
The CMTC suspended the license of who? Is it the business or the Mashus?
So the business license was suspended, and thereafter the municipal sent a letter to my client requesting the permit be revoked or returned up to the council.
Right. So there's a Mashus permit, there's a business permit.
Yes.
And is there a license for the Mashus business?
Cái business đó nó có license cho cái massage, cái là cái license của chị, đúng không? Cái là cái tầng license gì nữa? So only the license from the city and the police for the business and the license for the masseuse. And the license for the business was revoked or denied by the city. And thereafter, my client's license as the masseuse was also denied or revoked.
By the CMTC?
Yes.
What's the basis of the CMTC deny?
The basis is that on the grounds that the business, the premises was operating illegal activities.
Did they conduct their own investigation or they relied to the MPD?
To my understanding, they relied on the report from the city. I can clarify with my client.
Yes, please.
So the police sent the report to the municipal, to which that's what they relied upon solely. Based on the allegations.
So based on the allegations, CMTC revoked or suspended her Mashu's license?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And this was the first time for the last 8 years?
That is correct.
Does she have any other massage parlor in town?
Only the day spa.
Only the one in Milpitas?
Yes.
Okay, because I thought somewhere I read that she has multiple businesses.
Are you referring to other cities in the Bay Area?
Yes.
So there's one more parlor in Saratoga.
Okay, has it been cited before?
No,
investigated before?
no.
Right. How long have you been having that business in Saratoga?
In Saratoga? Almost 3 years.
All right, and you have a valid business permit in Saratoga.
Okay. Yes.
Would be all. Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you.
Council.
Thank you, Councilmember Barbadillo. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? If not, I will chime in at this moment. So, we try to be fair with all the businesses. And regarding this one, so based on previous practices at that business, I feel that it was prudent that our officers do their due diligence because it is their obligation. We have to make sure that the laws are being followed, the rules are being followed. And, we, the city, provide permits because we believe in the public trust. So we trust that the businesses are going to be doing the right thing and follow the rules and the regulations. But after reading, the testimony, our officers, they're sworn to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. That's their duty, unless you are guilty of perjury, which is even worse crime. So the facts are that the women, the masseuses, they were scantily clad. I mean, I've been to massage parlors like Massage Envy, and everybody's follows. There's no scantily clad women there, but the fact that the officers, they said they were scantily clad. I mean, why would someone be scantily clad unless they had a reason, a purpose? And then the semen in a cup. Why would someone have a semen in a cup unless there was something going on that was not within the parameters of the permit? And the fact that they violated, they were in violation of many state laws. They didn't have a tag, a name tag that stated that they were a licensed massager, masseuse, what do you call it? And then one of the ladies that was giving the other person a massage, and when the officer went and confronted her, she didn't asked her if not confronted, but asked her if she was getting him a massage. She denied it, and she didn't even have she wasn't authorized to give massage, and you have to have a license in the state of California. So the fact that there were so many violations of the state laws, those, to me, those are red flags. For me, I would like to do I would like to uphold the previous decision. The applicant, I would like to do the first one, and those are my thoughts. Vice Mayor, you have your question? No, hold on.
Thank you, Mayor. I know you're asking for a second chance. And my line of thinking on this, I cannot ignore our police officers' testimony. These are sworn testimonies. And I believe in our police officers. And I believe them to be fair and just and compassionate as well regarding to your business. You asked for a second chance, and upholding the previous decision with the applicant can apply after 1 year. It's the second chance. So with that, I will go with number 1. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Would you like to make a motion unless there's no other discussion? Hold on. Look at this.
make a motion to uphold the previous decision, and the applicant will be able to reapply in 1 year.
Is there a second? If not, I will second it. I seconded it already. Thank you. And the next. My notes. Okay, now we're going to do a roll call vote. Okay. The names here, okay. Councilmember Barbadillo.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Lin.
Nay.
Councilmember Fan.
Nay.
Okay, so as the vote is 3-2, so it is upheld. Oh, and myself as yes. So it is upheld, 3-2. Okay, thank you for that. Is there anything else that I need to do on this? That's it.
No, Mayor, the decision of the hearing officer is upheld. You can move on to the next business.
Thank you.
City Attorney, City Acting City Manager, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. And we'll go to item 21. Receive presentation from staff on exploratory storm drain system funding options. And we have our Public Works Director, Christian Durenzo, presenting on this item along with our consultants. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Honorable City Council. I just want to provide a brief introductory prelude before the consultants go through their presentation. We're joined online this evening by Mr. Edric Kwan and Jerry Bradshaw with SCI Consulting Group. The city retained the consulting firm in November of 2022 after the adoption in August of the Storm Drain Master Plan. Their scope of work is to perform a storm drain fee analysis. So they'll begin that presentation shortly. Tonight's presentation is informational only, and it's meant to elicit dialogue and receive feedback. Some of you may recall that the Stormwater Master Plan was adopted in August, at which time it detailed CIP requirements for pipeline replacement and rehabilitation and replacement of the city's 13 lift stations. The oldest lift station, should you ever want to know, happens to be Penitencia, and it was built in 1960. That lift station has a preliminary cost estimate of $10 million. In addition to CIP and pump and lift station rehabilitation and replacement, there are also ongoing O&M operating and maintenance costs, some of which are related to our activities and duties that we perform to comply with the Regional Water Board's NPDES permit, otherwise known as the MS4 permit. And there are ongoing recurring maintenance obligations as well. Following tonight's informational presentation and discussion, we anticipate coming back in mid-August or early September, at which time we should have a pretty good sense for the revenue needs, complete revenue needs, and how those may affect individual parcel allocations. And we don't have those cost estimates at the moment. So in the absence of dedicated funding stream, through the budget appropriation process every year, council appropriates about $500,000 for various CIP and O&M obligations at the moment. And with that, I hopefully will yield the floor now to Edric, who should be available online to begin his brief presentation. That'll be the next slide, please.
Next slide, please. Can you hear me? Next slide, please. There we go. Well, thank you, Christian, for providing background on why we are here today. Happy Asian Pacific American Heritage Month and National Public Works Week, and good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Edric Kwan, and I'm here with my colleague, Jerry Bradshaw. We're from SCI Consulting Group, and we're hired, as Christian said, by the city to provide assessment engineering and Proposition 218 balloting services for your storm drain revenue needs. Before I begin, a little bit about myself. After 20 years of public service with over half my time in Public Works Director and City Engineer roles for several San Francisco Bay Area agencies, I returned last year to the consulting world as Vice President for SCI to support public agencies with the revenue measures. I personally knew firsthand the financial challenges of maintaining public infrastructure, including dealing with costly emergencies such as 3 large cavernous sinkholes caused by storm drain failures, 1 in Richmond and 2 in Moraga, actually. So I'm here now excited to be part of the solution by helping others. For this particular project, I serve as your project manager. With that, Jerry, if you'd like to please introduce yourself.
Yeah, thanks, Edric. I'm Jerry Bradshaw. I have a similar background to Edric. I spent over 20 years as a city engineer, public works director for a couple of communities here in the Bay Area. I've been with SCI about 9 years. My specialty at SCI has been stormwater funding. My background is, like Edric, is pretty steep in solving storm-related issues in communities. So that's where I come from, and we hope we can enlighten you on a little bit about storm drains and how you fund storm drains tonight. Kind of a storm drain funding 101, if you will. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. So let's start with a brief summary of the project overview and opportunities for council engagement. Please note that this timeline was initially based on a Proposition 218 property-related fee ballot measure, since most stormwater funding chooses this route versus a special tax ballot measure. And we'll be providing more details in this presentation, and timeline adjustments can be made if a special tax is preferred. The first task you see here is of data collection and document review. That is actually complete. We interviewed your city staff to gather information about your storm drain capital improvement projects, operation and maintenance, and clean water compliance needs, as well as reviewed your storm drain master plan, stormwater related budgets, the new municipal regional permit requirements for clean water compliance, and other relevant documents. The next task is about funding options and why we are here today. The study session will provide you with a summary of the city's storm drainage system and needs, a variety of potential funding mechanisms that we evaluated, the types of considerations for balloted revenue measures, and the process involved to be in compliance with Proposition 218. Next is to conduct a thorough financial and parcel analysis to determine the city's revenue requirements for a storm drain fee structure, including preliminary fee levels. And that's what Christian mentioned, coming back in August to present to you. At the end of this task, that's what we'll be providing the results for you to think about. The next task after that is for us to conduct a statistically valid mailed community survey. There will be 6,000 survey questionnaires to achieve a plus or minus 3% margin of error. At the end of this task, we will return to council to present the survey findings and recommendations. That's pretty key when it comes to the type of revenue ballot measure. And again, we'll talk a little bit more about that later. The next is to prepare a comprehensive Proposition 218 compliant fee report, similar to what you've seen for water and sewer rate studies. During this task, we'll return to council for a study session to gain feedback on the draft report before we finalize it. And then the next task after that is to support the city through the Proposition 218 implementation process by managing the noticing and ballot proceedings and tabulating ballot results. During this task, we will return to City Council 3 times. First is to approve the fee report and initiate the Prop 218 process. Second is to conduct the majority protest public hearing. And third is to tabulate, certify ballot results, and take any final action. Lastly is community outreach, which will start right after this council meeting. We will work with your city staff to develop and implement an outreach action plan. This timeline offers many off-ramps for the city council to consider as you learn more and gain more information throughout the process. Next slide, please. Stormwater is just like other utilities and needs infrastructure to bring it to, or in stormwater's case, carry away from properties. In Milpitas, the city owns and operates the water, sewer, and recycled water utilities and has established rates to collect for their infrastructure to function and be well maintained. However, the city does not collect fees to fund your drainage system needs for capital improvement projects, operations and maintenance, and clean water compliance. So when it rains, where does it go? When rain falls on your property, most of the runoff gets absorbed into the ground in landscaped areas. However, when rain falls on the roof, the driveway, patios, and other impervious surfaces, it sheet flows off of your property and into the street. Next slide, please. From there, the rain enters the city's drainage system, starting with your curbs and gutters to guide runoff towards your 3,500 inlets, of which 260 are retrofitted with trash capture devices to comply with the clean water requirements. From there, the runoff is conveyed through a network of approximately 100 miles of pipeline as depicted in the green lines on the picture there. And then it passes through 1,400 manhole structures. However, in certain locations, the runoff is transferred through 13 pump stations as depicted with the red dots to lift and distribute the stormwater when it cannot naturally be carried by gravity. Stormwater then discharges through outlets, through outfalls, and then into creeks, as depicted with the blue lines, which includes Wrigley and Ford Creeks, which are city owned and operated, and finally into the San Francisco Bay. Next slide, please. In regards to your storm drain funding needs, your adopted storm drain master plan has developed high-level estimates for capital improvements in a total amount of 65 million, for equipment replacements in an amount of 13 million, for operations and maintenance in an amount of 2.2 million per year, and for the clean water program in an annual amount of 300,000. Note that these capital improvements and equipment replacement line items are based on projects scheduled before 2050 to allow for potential debt service should you want to borrow in advance to tackle your high priority projects rather than waiting to accumulate enough funds with a pay-as-you-go model. In the Storm Drain Master Plan, it also included a Rafaelis memo that recommended the city to formally examine options to provide $5 million per year for stormwater O&M, capital costs, and proposed debt service. Note that all of these figures are in 2020 dollar amounts. Since the Storm Drain Master Plan provides high-level estimates, we need to fine-tune these figures through the Revenue Requirement Analysis task, which also includes working with city staff to balance funding needs and project priorities with fee impacts. Next slide, please. So here are two of the high priority projects that the city would like to advance. The first, as Christian mentioned, is to replace the ancient Penitencia pump station that was built in 1960, and that was at an estimate of $10 million. The second is to replace and upsize the Jurgens pump station at a cost of $15 million. This project will eliminate the need for the temporary storage of excess runoff within the Dixon Landing Park, therefore allowing for the park to use it for its intended purpose instead of storing runoff. Next slide, please. There are a variety of different funding options, including non-balloted ones, which have already been implemented by the city, some of which have been implemented by the city. Regulated fees recover costs of providing fee-related services that benefit individuals. In the case of Milpitas, your city adopted a master fee schedule to recover costs for permit plan review and inspection from developers. Development impact fees are charged to developers for new or larger public facilities to accommodate the increased population caused by the new development. In the case of storm drain infrastructure, city-owned drain pipes may need to be upsized to adequately capture additional runoff from the new properties and streets. However, opportunities are limited since clean water requirements generally require runoff from new development to flow at pre-development conditions using retention facilities built by the developer. Community facility districts can be used for new development so that their future property owners can be assessed fees to pay for the storm drain infrastructure needs of their larger development. And although technically balloted, CFPs can be conditioned as part of their entitlements to require only one affirmative vote from the developer before the homes are sold. Lastly, there are opportunities, but mainly are limited to capital improvements only. They're very competitive and require local matching funds. So all of these are great when it comes to non-balloted funding options. However, you really need a solid revenue stream that you can rely on as your backbone to deal with your storm drain needs. And with that, I'm going to have Jerry present the balloted funding options.
Thank you, Edric. As he mentioned, most utilities really rely on some sort of user fee or other reliable revenue stream as a backbone for the system. The ones on the previous slide are definitely important, and we'll be trying to calibrate those as we go through our analysis, but they really don't come close to running utility, very similar to water and sewer utilities. Two of the balloted options that are pretty common, recognized by property owners, are a parcel tax or community facility district, which is another form of special tax that could be put out to ballot citywide. Those both, that requires a 2/3 majority to pass it, and they usually are held on a general election or primary election date. General obligation bonds are a similar type of election. Unfortunately, as Edric mentioned earlier, those are only allowed to be used for capital projects. So those don't actually form a solid core revenue stream for operating and maintaining a infrastructure system such as storm drain. Those two require 2/3 majority, which are very high bars to pass, as you're probably well familiar with. On the next slide, though, we'll take a look at the Prop 218 balloted funding options. And I want to start off by saying we've been talking about a balloted funding option. The City Council is used to doing Prop 218 rate studies and increases for water and sewer and probably garbage rates as well. And the storm drain funding process goes through those same procedures as you noted, as depicted above that line here, where you do a rate study, you determine the rates you want to propose, you go through a public hearing process, and then a majority protest could halt that process, although that's very rare in a community-wide rate system. So in that regard, it's very much like water and sewer rates. However, due to the way Prop 218 was written, and with subsequent court cases that clarified Prop 218 language, stormwater fees need to be put out and approved by voters. And in this case, the voters are property owners. So a stormwater fee process needs to go through all of the processes that water fees do, but also then you have to go to a ballot proceeding where you mail out ballots to all property owners that are subject to the fee. And then you count those ballots very similar to any election where a 50% of the ballots turned in are in favor of it, then the measure would pass. Or if more than 50% are voting no, then it wouldn't pass. So that's the extra process that stormwater rates need to go through. On the next slide, I'm going to do a little contrast to compare with the two types of Prop 218 fees. As I just mentioned, the approval role in water, sewer, and garbage rates rests with the City Council. Once you clear the protest hearing process, the City Council is authorized to adopt the rates, barring a majority protest. However, with stormwater, has to go to the next step, and the voting property owners are the one that determines whether or not they are approved. On the public hearing process, Both are subject to that. So that's very familiar to the city council, I believe. The ballot proceeding is unique to stormwater, which takes it to the next step. And then the last one is an interesting but yet very profound difference. With water, sewer, and garbage rates, you're restricted to adopting a rate schedule that goes for no more than 5 years, which is good in a way because it forces the city to come back and revisit your financials and your future needs and to reset those rates. You get to have a reset or a course correction every 5 years. And that's not a high bar. Most utility managers are very good at projecting out 5 or 10 years of costs, setting rates, and then running it through the Prop 218 process. For stormwater, since they are voter approved rates, they are not limited to the 5-year limitation. So they can go on for a longer duration. I believe this is a legislative trade-off for having to go through the ballot process initially, which is a very big hurdle instead of going through little hurdles every 5 years. But that kind of creates another situation where, since you don't want to probably go to a ballot process every 5 years or even every 10 years and possibly not even every 20 years, you need to be very careful how you set the rates initially, because you have to live with that revenue stream that those rates will bring in without the opportunity for a 5-year course correction like you do with your other utilities. So that puts a little extra burden on the rate study and the financial analysis that we are working on right now to make sure it projects out. In fact, we've developed a fairly sophisticated 30-year rate model that takes us out at least 30 years and beyond to help us project that. So it's a little more burden on the rate study. Having said that, it literally takes a backseat to the rest of the impacts of this difference, and that is that it's a ballot measure. It would be a citywide ballot measure to take a rate structure out to the community and have them vote on it through the property owners. That puts it on a much bigger stage where public engagement is really more important than ever. For water and sewer rates, you probably send out, like most cities, a Prop 218 notice, and that may be the extent of your outreach. Of course, your website and other information will be available. But when it comes to a citywide ballot measure, you're likely to do a lot more proactive community engagement to help inform the public of what's coming their way so that they can make an informed decision. And many cities look at additional expertise, such as political consultants, outreach and public engagement consultants, and public opinion polling. So that really puts a little different perspective on the rate study, which really pales in comparison to what you would be facing further down the road should you go that far. On the next slide, I want to talk a little bit more about the quirks of a Prop 218 ballot proceeding. It's not an election per the code. It states it's not subject to the election code. So it's not tied to election dates like the June or November elections. There's no impartial analysis or arguments pro and con. It's mail ballots only. There are no polling places for people to go to vote on this. The registrar of voters and the county elections office are not involved. This would be a city managed election. And it's one vote per parcel, not per person like it would be for a normal election. So that is another quirk that takes a little bit of getting used to. And who are these voters? Well, they're property owners. So when you look at the different types of properties that these property owners might own, obviously there's residential properties, and Milpitas is a very residential community. So there's a lot of overlap with registered voters, but even there, one house might have 2 registered voters or possibly 3 in it, but it only gets 1 vote. So the person who opens the mail may end up determining what that parcel, how they might vote. But when it comes to commercial and apartments and rentals, those are often owned by people who don't live in Milpitas. They might not even be people. They might be corporations or management companies, and they may live outside of Milpitas or even outside the state or outside or even overseas. Tax exempt properties will get a vote on this. So again, those are often run by boards or other entities like that, similar to government agencies. The city itself will have ballots to cast, which is another little hurdle you'll have to deal with later on if you get that far, as to determine how the city will vote for its own ballots. And the school district is another government agency. So it's a significantly different voting universe, and that actually informs how you do the public opinion polling to try and get behind the curtain and understand how these people might feel about the priorities that you're representing in a rate structure and the projects you're proposing. So the public opinion polling needs to be a little different too. So how do we do these rates? Well, Prop 218 dictates that they must be proportional for each property. Each property can only pay its fair share of the costs. So proportionality is required by law, and we build that in. And I'll go into on the next slide in a minute what that looks like. But they also need to be easy to understand, easy to administer, and be based on available data. So what is that available data? Well, on the next slide, we'll look at this. So there's no measurable commodity for stormwater that comes off all the properties in town, like there is for the water system, where you have water meters, you're measuring it, and you can get a very close calibration of who should pay what. But more akin to the sewer system, where you don't have meters on the sewer pipes, you have to model the amount of sewage coming off of each property and the intensity in some cases to determine their fair share. So like sewers, we have to look for a fair share commodity, and that would be the runoff of stormwater from a property. The proxy for that would be the impervious surface on a property. And let me explain what that means. We have a couple diagrams here. If you look at the top one, we have a sponge, and let's say that sponge represents a 1/4 acre parcel in town. With nothing built on it, most of the rain will soak into the ground like a sponge would collect the water. But if you build a house on it and put a paved driveway out front, maybe a patio in back, and leave the rest of it landscaped, then part of it that's hitting the house and the concrete surfaces, those are impervious surfaces. The water can no longer go in the ground, and that water ends up running off into the city storm drain system. And in the case of a single family residential, we actually define that amount of imperviousness as one single family equivalent, or SFE. So that's the metric we use to go through our process. The other example would be the same 1/4 acre lot, but let's say you build a dentist office on it and a parking lot out front, and then you just leave a couple areas of landscaping. I think it's pretty clear to see that more water would run off of that office parcel, even though they're the same size, but there's more impervious area that might be 90% covered in impervious area instead of 35 or 40% like the residential. So it's pretty easy to see who should pay more. And in this case, we might assign that dentist office on the same size parcel 2.5 or 3 SFEs. That's the principle we use in determining how to spread these costs fairly throughout all the parcels in town. And we do that on a parcel by parcel basis, using groups in land uses and sizes as sort of the way to get to that. On the next slide, just a restating of the budget here, but the actual rate calculation ends up being a very simple calculation. It's the numerator over the denominator. It's your annual revenue requirement, the amount of money you need to bring in from these fees, in addition to the other regulatory fees that Edric talked about. So that's what you need from the fees, and you divide it by the total SFEs throughout the entire town, and that gives you how much it is per SFE or per the average home. So it might be $50 a year, $100 a year, whatever it is, $150 a year, whatever that amounts to, and then you convert that to a monthly charge, and that's how you calculate the rate. The rest of that is the numbers you saw earlier. I won't go through those again. On the next slide, this is a list, and this is really small. I don't expect you to read what's in this table. I'm using it more as a graphic. This is a list of all the cities or counties in a couple cases that have gone to the ballot proceeding or a ballot measure for stormwater revenues. There are 35 of them, and these date back to 2002. So in the past 20 years, there have been 35 efforts. So that's about 1 or 2 per year. The ones in beige are the ones that have failed, but the ones in green are the ones that were passed by voters. And that's about a 1/3, 2/3 split. So that's the purpose of this slide, is to give you an idea that a lot of cities have done this, and with mixed results, like with any ballot measure family that goes out to the voters. But really, when you think about it, there's over 500 cities and counties throughout the state that have stormwater responsibility with really no other revenue stream other than general fund to do it. So to have 1 or 2 of those 500 go out a year It's really not that many. Obviously, the ballot process is pretty daunting for a lot of agencies. So that's something that you'll be facing that if we get far enough through the process and you choose to move ahead. On the next slide, I just want to sum up the numbers in that since you weren't able to read that slide. There was 3 types of measures represented there. There was 5 of those 35 used a special tax as their mechanism. 2 of them used a general obligation bond, but 28 of them, 80% of those cities that went forward used the property related fee process. So you can see that's sort of the go-to method. The ones that use special taxes have some interesting demographics that make it maybe a high tenant population, like a college town where the registered voters might be more willing to get to that 2/3 threshold for success rather than relying on 50% of property owners. So those are kind of some special quirks. We've tried to understand why some cities have done that. Anyway, that gives you an idea how preferred the property related fee is. Although we're not ruling out the special tax option. We'll carry that clear through the community polling phase and give you options either way. As far as the 23 successful ones, you can see that over on the right, the rates range from $21 per year. That's like less than $2 a month on up to $200 a year. And the unsuccessful ones had a similar range in annual rates. So we've noticed that there's really no correlation between how much money they are asking people to approve and whether or not it gets approved. There's a lot more work going on in these types of ballot measures. And we'd be preparing your staff and the council as we go through and if we get that far in the process. With that, I'm going to go to the last slide, which is sort of restates the schedule that we have up there, and I'll hand it back. Edric, do you have any more to add to what I had?
No, I think that's about it. Christian was going to close up with this timeline and talk about our next step, which would be coming back sometime in August to provide you our revenue analysis to let you know what your needs are specifically after fine-tuning those estimates, and also analyzing your data so that we can provide you some information about what the rates could be, and then present the information to the council.
Thank you, Edric. You stole my thunder and said what I was going to say. So that is the presentation in a nutshell. We would love to hear your feedback and have some dialogue with you. Otherwise, our plan is to be back in mid to late August, early September.
Thank you very, very much, Edric, Quan, Jerry Bradshaw, and of course, Christian. Thank you very much for your presentation. So now it is time for public comment. And anyone out there in the audience would like to make a comment on this presentation? Okay, Mr. Montemayor, come on up.
I don't want to mention my name now. Okay. Yeah, but I'm always touched with this topic. First of all, we don't want flood. We don't want to pollute the bay. I thought it's going to be direct to the ocean like Monterey, but I heard that it's going to San Francisco Bay. Yeah, for me, I'm not that rich, but whatever the overhead, we will pass it. There's nothing we can do. It's like the area on your perimeter that from top there, from the rain, then compute it to your area, and that's your fee. But still, it's a hard job. We don't want to pollute. As I said, we don't want pollution. We don't want flood. In other words, the presenter or the officials are taking care of us. In other words, it's our engagement. We don't want even just I work at gas stations, and if we spill something, we absorb it. We don't want that gas go into the drain that will pollute the canal or the curve, the D's, and then the habitats. So it's really the public. It's everybody's engagement. We have to be concerned that it's really a storm drain. It's always there. We have we could pollute in a simple like I don't know. Did I hear a mercury lately somewhere? Yeah, and they have to sweep it up because it will pollute something. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montemayor. Is there anyone else from the public? Seeing none, is there anyone from Zoom?
There are no hands raised in Zoom.
Okay, since there are none, now we will go back to council discussion. So any of my colleagues have any questions? I see none. I have a couple of them. So, Christian, one of the questions I have, what is the urgency of having a storm water drain system funding? Is there an urgency?
It's the same urgency. I would answer it this way, Madam Mayor. Same urgency of having proper facility operations at City Hall, right? You never know what the emergency is until the emergency occurs, right? So in this case, the system was built 60 years ago, and it's for the most part exceeded its useful life, especially on the pump stations. In many areas, the issues come up with downtown flooding, and we've had that conversation before. There is an undersized infrastructure there, and that one's a little unique because it's in the downtown specific plan, and which is still in its being finalized. But this is the beginning of having the conversation of long term. These are the needs, rather than one day having systematic system failure and the public works director declaring an emergency because a lift station has failed. There is that's caused localized and more regional flooding issues, and asking how come this wasn't brought to our attention, right? So we're beginning that conversation. We are soliciting feedback. We are informing you of the needs for yet another infrastructure that we have, a utility infrastructure that we have, in hopes of eventually identifying a sustainable funding stream.
Thank you. So you mentioned that we need a new facility. Well, not you, but your the consultants, and it was going to cost 25 million.
So
that
that's
between
two specific pump stations.
Was that building?
That was one.
That was
Penitencia
Yeah.
on the left-hand side, and that is the oldest pump station that the city has.
And that's the one that was 16 years old?
That one is from 1960.
Oh, 1960.
1960.
That's, you meant six. Yeah, that's pretty old.
Yeah.
But it's still working, right? It's just that it's not.
It is working until it doesn't work, right? So the lift stations are designed to handle 100-year flood events, 100-year storm events. On the other hand, the infrastructure itself is designed to handle 10-year storm events, right? So the lift stations, as storm events become ever more frequent to us, whether it's 10 years or 100-year events, the inability of these lift stations to handle that will become much more apparent. So what we want to do is get to remedying infrastructure failure in a proactive, methodical approach so that we can deal with one of these at a time, right? The idea is now that we would tackle all of the stations and get them back to full operational efficiency overnight. We have a master plan that presents 20-year timeline. So we're beginning now the conversation so that over those 20 years, we can properly rehabilitate, replace these lift stations, as well as invest in the infrastructure, the pipelines.
Okay, and then can you go to slide 16? I have a question there. So I guess my question is, so how do you determine the annual rate, or if we go out for a bond or a tax? How do you determine? Is it the population? Is it the miles of the facilities that we need or the miles of pipeline?
Yeah, so I was gonna talk about the slide. This isn't the slide though.
Yeah.
And the slide,
I was just comparing it to what, how San Clemente has $60 rate. So how do we determine what the rate will be?
right, so, and Edric, Gary, feel free to interject, but yes, go ahead.
So every agency has different needs. And so part of it is working with your staff and understanding what those needs are. Systems may be newer than others. A newly built city will have less needs when it comes to capital versus an older city. Your operation and maintenance as well. So it depends on the size of your population, depends on the age of your system, and so forth. So every agency really does have different needs. So we work with each agency to figure out what those needs are. And as Jerry talked a little bit about earlier, we take that number and divide it by the total number of single family equivalents that we calculate throughout your entire agency. As he described earlier, a single family home may be one single family equivalent, but that dentist office might be, let's say, 3 single family equivalents. So those two properties in itself is 4 single family equivalents. So let's say the cost is $100. So divided by 4 single family equivalents would mean you get a single family equivalent rate of $25, meaning that single family home will pay $25 while the dentist will be paying 3 times 25 or $75. But that's just a very basic calculation. We would do that for the entire city and looking at all of your parcel by parcel to determine what their SFEs are and then calculating it based on the budget needs of your agency. Jerry, were there other pieces to it to add?
Yeah, I'll add a little bit to it because it's, as engineers, we tend to want to make it very cut and dry and dispassionate. And that's that part that we've described. However, we realize that this is got a political process on the tail end of this thing. So the community survey will help you to understand what the community understands the needs and priorities are. So you have your master plan, so the staff knows what those are, but if you don't align those with what the community wants and needs, then you have a square peg in a round hole. So that's part of the process. And also the willingness to pay. What do they think it's worth as far as a priority? So there is a lot of give and take towards the end of the process to say, well, maybe we need to dial something back, or maybe we can really go and enhance the level of service for operations or something. So there's some give and take towards the end of the process once we get through the survey and have a good fundamental understanding of the revenue needs.
Okay, great. So I know we need to have a reliable revenue stream. I was kind of thinking out of the box, and I was wondering, how we have impact fees for several things. Is there a way we can create, I don't know if it's an ordinance, but an impact fee for any new developments in the city? I'm just throwing that out there because it's all about the funding. So
yeah,
we have to be creative and try to find some revenue streams. So anyway, just putting that out there. And that's all the questions I have for now. Thank you. Anyone else? If not, this is information only because it's going to come back. Is a recommendation? The recommendation is no, it's just presentation only. Okay. All right. So let me see. So I don't see any more console feedback. So now we will go to announcements and future agenda items.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor Chua.
This is announcement. Yeah. I don't know if Rochelle is there. I just would like to share some pictures from May 13th. Milpitas High School Crochet Club, headed by Angela Moe. They went to Milpitas, to our senior center, and they gave gifts to our seniors, and also they taught the seniors, several of the seniors, how to do crochet. So that was really exciting, and it was mentioned to me that last Saturday, there were about 78 seniors, which is a lot for a half day opening of the senior center. So yeah, these are nice pictures, and these are the crochet, Milpitas High School Crochet Club. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. That was really nice. Any other announcements? You didn't mention the library today. You want to mention the library today? You were at the library volunteer. Go ahead. You go ahead. I'll be
Do it.
there. So today, Vice Mayor was there. We celebrated the volunteers at for the library. We have a the library reading club. Reading club, what's it called? Friends of the Library. And I reading it's Friends of the Library, and I'm a member of this. And if you want to join, it's $10 a year. And so what they did is they had a celebration for their volunteerism when they do the book sales at the library. And that was it. So anybody else have anything to share? Announcements? Okay. No one else? Oh, Anthony. Okay, Councilmember.
Is everyone vice mayor now? Or? I just wanted to confirm if we were still continuing the remaining closed session items after public session. Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, so that is it. And after announcements, we will be returning to closed session, and we'll be back. Thank you. We're coming back. We have a closed session that item that we have to finish. You can head on home. meeting is called to order, and do I need to just to open it up and close it?
Report.
Oh, there's no report in closed session. And so meeting is adjourned.